Hope everyone's doing well. So small caps are green right now, guys, in the pre-market. IWM is getting a nice little uptick, up 0.41%. QQQ, although the futures were deeply negative, the Qs are actually now green in the pre-market as well. SPY also flat in the pre-market. So this is a prime example where the futures were getting absolutely slapped and then they're getting bid right back up. So what are the chances that we retest the lows? I don't know. We're hitting some pretty big support levels on the major indices. Backtesting the 20. If the sell-off is to occur, it's probably going to be an end of day. That being said, we look at AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, is the important stock that reported earnings yesterday, among others. But AMD has wicked around everywhere. It was a pretty solid earnings report, still makes the stock expensive. But AMD, you can see, fell all the way down to that 235 area. So I honestly think AMD is on watch for a short. If it were to flush into that 243 or that 235 area, it might become a bit of a scalp low. We've got a few other names to discuss in the broad market, but I'd love to see AMD come down and sweep that gap. Can see it came into the gap fill off of its earnings and they bounced it. Good morning, double leg. Quite a few other names moving. Unity Software also reporting earnings. I didn't think the earnings report was that good. Nevertheless, stock is gapping up. You know, revenue is still well off of its 2023 high pivots. So again, Unity is, I think, going to get sold into at some point. It looks like it's forming this rather large stage one basing formation. It's going to try to make an attempt to try to push out, but I would look at fading Unity if it were to push up a little bit higher for another day trade scalp short. Let's go through some of the most active stocks in the US New York Stock Exchange. So Novo Nordisk also reporting earnings. It was a double beat. Nevertheless, the stock is still under some significant pressure. You can see Novo Nordisk triggered that head and shoulders pattern, and it's been playing out to a T. I believe you have fulfilled the downside measured move. A little bit more, actually. A little bit more downside for Novo. But this is getting into a very interesting level. It's kind of almost becoming that UNH. Oh, it's Germ. I changed my name. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, welcome back, Germ. Let's keep scrolling through some other stocks here. BHVN, Biohaven, getting slapped around, guys. Down sharply. Another major gap down, down 40.0%, just about 40%. BHVN, what the heck is the news on Biohaven? I'm not even too sure. Oh, Biohaven sinks as FDA declines to approve lead drug. Oof. Yikes. Look at that gap down, guys. This is the dangerous aspect of biotech stocks, but Biohaven declining on FDA news, stomping them into the ground. Look at that massive gap down. Already trading a couple million shares in the pre-market. Biohaven needs some medical help. Teva Pharmaceuticals, that's up nicely, getting a good pop here in the pre-market. Boom, rallying to the highs, reporting earnings. Stock is pushing off of the double beat. Oh, I didn't even look at Pinterest. I saw it yesterday, but wow, Pinterest, guys, is getting absolutely slapped on its earnings. Wow, what a fall from grace. That is a nasty, nasty, nasty gap down. And that is probably going to be a scalping long opportunity. The question is, where should we take Pinterest long? Where today? I like that move down. It's a big range expansion. All right, so we have a trend line of support going all the way back there. We've violated all the monthly moving averages. Wow, yep. 25 bucks, guys. 25 bucks. Major volume. I like that. That could be even a swing trade. Was the earnings that bad? I gotta look at it in a broader view. Just give me a second. I gotta pull up the revenue chart just to really see what the heck happened to Pinterest, because that is a filthy, filthy gap down. Revenue's kind of mixed across the board there. 1.05 billion. What's TradingView posting? Yeah, 1.05. 38 cents. Yeah, they missed on the EPS. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, they still report over a billion revenue, which is quite decent. It's its second highest ever report on revenue, slightly behind the 2020 Q4 2024. Interesting. Pinterest. Yeah, we'll keep that one on watch, guys. Pinterest for a long down here looks intriguing. But that's getting rocked. Rocked. Quantum stocks are seeing a little bit of a bid this morning, guys. They got heavily sold off yesterday, seeing a bit of an bounce. Again, this is a very bearish pattern. It looks like it's going to get sold into some more. That being said, IONQ has earnings after the bell, so we got to watch for that name. QBTS is green. What else? Joby Aviation catching a little bit of a bounce today, up 4.61%. That's another one that also reports after the bell. So we'll certainly watch that one. Nuclear stocks are catching a little bit of a bid here. SMR bouncing. If we look at uranium, that's seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market, but the main reason that your nuclear stocks, our uranium stocks, are bouncing is because CCJ guys reported earnings. CCJ, again, it wasn't that good of an earnings to me, but nevertheless, the stock is seeing a little bit of a positive reaction. Ooh, TREX, Trex Company, getting absolutely slammed here, guys. Wow. TREX was already getting pretty oversold in the pre-market. Good morning, Peter. TREX was getting already oversold, and this is now getting absolutely wrecked in the pre-market, down over 30%. I mean, my, oh my, got to remove a whole bunch of this. Look at that. We're already coming into those COVID lows. Pretty impressive. Wow. Some stocks are getting absolutely annihilated this earnings report. Absolutely annihilated. Yeah, that's the only real level I see, guys, on TREX. Kind of your COVID low, double bottom. You got this interesting little channel that kind of confluences in that zone, but that's a sub $30 stock. Yeah, you can see it already hit there. Wow. Yep, it went sub 30. That's exactly where I think it'll go again. Look at that channel bounce. Crazy. It's a huge, huge down move. Was earnings that bad as well? Double miss. Again, companies miss and they just get slaughtered. Absolutely slaughtered. All right, Lumentum Holdings, ticker LITE. That's running to the upside this morning, continuing its ascent to the upside, reporting earnings, double beat, stock gapping up. This looks like it could be a fadeable opportunity. Looks to me like a bit of a blow off top move in the very short term. That being said, with these blow off moves, let me just see where I would consider shorting this name. Let me turn on some ATRs here. $233 on the weekly. Yeah, you're above the 215. Tough name here. Let me see here. Go to the 3-day chart. 225.36 is an ATR level 2. Let's mark that in there. But 230 is really the bigger level on the weekly. 233. Where did this stock go to in the pre-market? Yeah, so look at that. I would short it off that pre-market high. So that was a pierce of that ATR level 1. So I would definitely short it off that pre-market high if we were to retest that area. Look for a bit of a fading opportunity. All right, we got TDC, that's up 14, Neurocrine Biosciences, Corteva, Mosaic, Rivian, Toast, RIVN. RIVN gapping up on its earnings. You can see Rivian's holding its main area. TOST also is being defended at a really interesting zone here, guys. You can see TOST has this long-term trend line going all the way back to 2023. Basically, that's what you ran into yesterday, bounced, and now you're getting a continuation bounce. The stock is still in a bit of a downtrend, although this is just a nice little one-off bounce. I guess revenue is decent, coming in a double beat. We played a sympathy to TOST, guys. This is a member live trading room trade. We have been accumulating data vault over the last couple days. Okay, my average is sitting at $1.84. $1.84 is my average on DVLT, and data vault has had a nice rip here in sympathy to TOST. So I like DVLT, guys. Again, I'm sitting at $1.84 average. And that's a live trading room trade that I sent out an alert to start accumulating. So DVLT is acting quite well in the very, very short term. So I like to see that. I really, really like to see that. All right, what other stocks are getting wrecked? I know Axon from yesterday is getting slapped around like nobody's business. This is an institutionally traded stock. It will get defended. It will have a bounce. It will get bought up. It will make new all-time highs again. This is just a one-off CapEx expenditure that is causing a miss and causing the stock to plummet. But you can see how important CapEx is if the market does it, and it doesn't get any sort of forward warning about the CapEx spending. They just absolutely annihilate the stock. Now the question is, where can we trade it? I like it that it's undercutting that 1-year moving average. That's what the green is here on the daily chart. It's a big area. It's a decent area. I see this gap fill down here on the daily before you had your runaway breakout move. I'd consider taking on the long side here into that gap fill. Let's see. Weekly chart would be better off of this pivot, especially if you undercut this little bit of a low here. So that would be pretty decent if you swept that low pivot liquidity. That's a nice weekly breakout bar coming out from a bearish base. I like it. I like it. I'd keep that on watch. So around 540-ish to 530-ish acts on. Pinterest again. We discussed Parigio, PRGO, getting slapped today, chopping it down into the ground, closing at 20 all the way down to 1637. Big drop on PRGO. It's funny, you draw these patterns and you're like, what is it going to do? How's it going to get there? And then it gets there just based off of these crazy, crazy gap downs. This one is an interesting one because it is sweeping that massive monster COVID pivot. Sorry, that's not even COVID. That's your 2008 pivot. My apologies. That's, wow, going back to 2008, I like it even more. Seems like the company's dead. Seems like the company is dead in this vicinity. But there's a lot of support down here. A ton. Wow, you're even doing an extension move past your weekly ATR 2. Incredible. That's incredible. So getting slapped, so there was a lot of bullish flow being called out, likely a bit of a hedge, but ANET getting rocked off of its earnings, off of the lows a little bit. I would need to see it retest this area to try to stab it on the long side. You would need to undercut these pivots again in the regular trading session for me to try to chase it. But ANET right now is trading into its daily chart ATR level 2, weekly ATR level 1. So there is some support there, but again, I would need to see it retest that high pivot just like it did in the initial earnings drop. Okay. And which it could happen, guys. It could happen. All right. What else do we have moving? DaVita getting wrecked. Zimmerman Bio getting wrecked. Let's look at DaVita. DaVita. Oh, I guess DaVita's actually made a recovery. Not too bad. A little bit of downside pressure in gold miners. Certain ones have reported earnings, although across the commodity market right now, guys, you are getting a nice little bounce in gold. So GOLD retesting 39.74, trying to get back above that 7-day MA. Not looking too bad for gold. You're at the lower boundary range, but still looking like a bit of a bearish formation. This kind of 39.94, 39.95 area is still technically a short, this green bar candle here. But gold right now is doing a nice little retest back to a breakdown zone. You look at this trend line that I have on gold. Gold right now is still under a little bit of pressure, although it's green, still looking a little bit fragile in the very, very short term. At some point, it's going to have a really big bounce, but we'll see. Moving along to natural gas, and then we'll look at oil, and then we'll look at crypto. Natural gas still looking exceptionally strong, guys. Exceptionally strong. Down a little bit, but you can see how it keeps bouncing off of the lows. They sell it off and they buy it up. Sell off, buy it up. That is the sign of shorts getting squeezed, guys. You see dips and then it gets gobbled up instantly. Low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher highs. The trend is your friend. It is strong. That being said, could you get a small pullback back to this high pivot? Yeah, you could, but if nat gas is going structurally through some sort of a short squeeze event, this can run faster and harder than what most people think. And there's something different about this rally right now in nat gas because it's diverging from those fundamental inventory report. And I haven't quite pinpointed it yet. The next inventory report will be interesting. So that's tomorrow. So maybe you get a little bit of profit taking ahead of that inventory report tomorrow, but damn, nat gas is looking crazy strong, guys. And believe it or not, we now have an upside target on nat gas 540-ish. 540-ish, guys. If we can close above this high pivot this week, 540 becomes a very likely target in natural gas, just as a heads up. Okay? Gonna be some sharp dips along the way, but nat gas is looking like it's in a buy the dip mode right now. All right, crude oil, WTI, still just consolidating here, guys. Back under 60 bucks. Good for psychology of the market. Bad for energy stocks, but crude oil right now, just chopping sideways. It's not really doing too much. Again, you're still trying to build maybe a bit of a weekly chart, short-term bull flag here, daily chart, inverted head and shoulders. You're still inside of this little bit of a long-term wedge formation, and you're at the low of the wedge. So that being said, you want to give the benefit of the doubt to the bulls because you are technically holding support, okay? So crude oil is technically at support. If you lose that wedge, then you can keep falling back down to the lows and then eventually call it 55 bucks. All right, let's look at crypto right now. So again, we look at Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin did a really big pierce of the 1-year moving average. Last time we retested the 1-year moving average was back here in April. So naturally, it's a big MA. You're going to get a buy the dip in it. And that's exactly what we're seeing in Bitcoin. If we look at the actual BTC USDT chart, I did do a crypto video. You can see a beautiful parallel channel back test, as well as this down sloping trend line back test. A nice healthy bounce today, guys. Is Bitcoin still fragile and weak? Yes, it is, but it's looking like a bit of a buy the dip candidate. I could see Bitcoin retesting this 106 at minimum. Pivot low, pivot low, pivot low. So 106, and this is kind of your previous breakout zone here, guys. So right back inside of this previous little chop zone. I'll draw it in here for us. Right back inside there. That's where I think BTC is going to bounce to. And then we'll have to reassess what type of pattern. Simultaneously, you'll also have a little bit of resistance with this downsloping trend line. So maybe it's going to take, a couple weeks, but who the heck knows? Bitcoin could chop here for a couple weeks. Okay. MSTR, that's bouncing up a few dollars. MARA, guys, that's also bouncing up quite a bit this morning, hitting a nice long-term support channel. A lot of support here for MARA. We will see what happens. We did enter some upside call options yesterday, pretty much near the lows. We're writing some $18 December 12th, so that position is going to already be working in our favor. That was a nice little options trade that we sent out yesterday. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Unusual volume. Discussed the majority of those. 910 already. Digital Ocean Holdings. Digital Ocean Holdings, ticker DOCN, seeing quite a bit of unusual volume, up 19% right now, ripping off of its earnings. Digital Ocean. Yeah, that's actually looking solid. Trying to break out here. Nice breakout. We haven't confirmed it, but big basing formation. You're now approaching the high of this range again. So not a bad area. Again, if you can get a new pivot high here established, that would be pretty decent. All right, what else we got going on? LMND, guys. Lemonade. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Well, lemonade is pumping to the high side today, guys. Another interesting high short interest name. Again, you're also probably going to see a bit of a LiDAR theme, guys. Catch a bid. Ouster having a really fat gap up this morning. So keep LiDAR stocks on your watch. LIDR, INVZ. Keep these names on watch because they should get a momentum bid. Just sympathy off of LiDAR. Okay. PLTR is down a little bit in the pre-market here. Still trying to shake off some sellings. I still think Palantir can go lower, but we need to watch that very closely. Top losers. Let's see. We discussed Pinterest. Wheels up. AMD, Humana, Kava. Kava's also down in the pre-market this morning. It's coming into a nice parallel channel. Still showing incredible weakness. CAVA. Humana this morning also gapping down. I would consider it around this 254 area. Let me just see where we went in the pre-market. Yeah, we're off of the lows. We are off of the lows for sure. SWKS, it's gapping up. ANET, we discussed ANET, Parigio, Wolverine. All right, what do we got? 930. Let's look at the S&P right now. Nat gas, guys, turning green on the session. Beautiful move on Natty. Beautiful move on natural gas this morning. Going green. Ugh. Big stretch. Okay. Intraday, let's go to our hourly chart. Let's just clean up a lot of this crazy MAs. We don't need so much stuff happening on the chart. Way too overcrowded for me. All right, what do we got here? So, SPY was obviously sold into yesterday, guys, pretty sharply. Just some couple things here. So you're still in a bit of a bearish environment, guys, for your S&P 500. Let me take that volume profile off. That being said, you're green today. And you're trying to hold a bit of a triple bottom here. So the big level for me, guys, is can the S&P 500 recapture this channel? You can see this channel connects your pivot highs, these pivot lows here. You gapped out of the channel, broke through it, got slapped right back down. Rejection here, rejection here, rejection here. So right now we're still trading right underneath that channel of resistance. That's the that's the short-term area, guys. I do think the bulls can get us back inside. But as soon as if we get rejected off that channel, we're going back to this 671.50 zone. But if we can get back inside that channel, then I think we're going to target that previous resistance. So this was the big area yesterday that I discussed. So the bulls need to recapture this resistance zone. Okay. So that's pretty much the big area for your S&P. So your minor resistance is going to be this channel. If you get back inside there, that'll become a little bit of support. If you get back inside the channel, then you're going to push up to this 678.44 area. And that's pretty much it. We're just going to keep it simple. Technically, this channel is still a short off of it. But it's not a major level. It's a minor level. Again, I'm finding it hard pressed not to think the S&P's not going to come down to this gap. I'd love to see that, but I'm not expecting, if there is a sell-off, I'm expecting it to happen later on in the session for some reason. Just keep in mind, guys, we do have POTUS speaking today. President Trump coming out swinging. POTUS speaking a little bit later. So that's at 1 p.m., I believe. And then we do have some manufacturing and service data at 10 a.m. You also have JOLTS opening at 10 a.m. and then crude oil inventories at 10:30. So again, is the S&P, a dangerous, tough trade right now? Yes, it is. Could it go either direction? Absolutely. So it's not the best risk to reward setup. I do think that there's better setups across some individual names, but we will obviously be keeping you abreast of what we do. Let's throw on some of these areas here. Let's take off the ATRs. We didn't really touch base on the dollar right now. The dollar is slightly green, trying to break out yet again. Still looking exceptionally strong, guys. Look what area we're still coming into. What area is that? The daily 200 moving average. If the dollar starts to press higher, guys, I think that will be the catalyst to make the markets weak intraday. Right now it's soft, so that's helping, but the dollar is still trying to break out of this larger pattern here. Okay? It's still looking pretty bullish. Pretty bullish. Let's do a quick AMD check again. AMD down to 244. Meta, guys. Meta is going to be something. Oh, I was hoping that it would stay near the deep dark depths below. But I like Meta here for a swing. It's getting very close. It was into a day trade level, filling that gap, closing pretty much near the dead lows. It's getting a nice little bounce today. But I was really hoping for one more little move down. Meta, wow. Big area for Meta. Really big area. Nice little long-term trend line. It's a nice scalping area for Meta. Meta probably is gonna, if Meta gets sold into off of the open, I think it becomes a bit of a buying opportunity for a scalp long. Okay, guys? Just as a heads up. Let's see what else we got going on. Quantum, guys, stocks are looking good. LiDAR stocks are holding steady. How's this LAZR? That one's still pretty depressed. How's Tesla doing? Tesla got rocked yesterday, bouncing nicely off of a support area. You almost kissed that 20-day moving average, but Tesla's being defended so far. The big area for Tesla, I think, is that if it can hold above this sell-off from yesterday, it has a chance to push here. This red bar candle here, if it can hold above that previous last 10-minute candle, has a chance to keep pushing up. Believe it or not, I still think Tesla can make a move into that all-time high price. Let's look at Amazon real quick. Amazon's still holding quite steady, although it's looking a little bit distributive up here. Still holding steady up there. Google kissing its 7-day moving average. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA breaching its 7-day, but this is also seeing a bit of a bounce this morning. SMCI, guys, another earnings where it's getting smoked. I would look at SMCI around this 41.87. Really the big area, the big trade for me, guys, is looking at Pinterest. I'm hoping Pinterest can keep selling off. I like it for a long. Nice. We got a strong level here around this 25.10-ish. A big volume point of control, accompanied by a massive weekly chart trend line. So that is kind of my top idea for the long trade. I have some other longs that I'm watching, but they need to start coming in a little bit more. Again, I have ANET on watch in the event that it wants to retest that earnings low. I would consider it. ANET could be a short off of the 50-day. If ANET gets a buy program, that 50-day sitting at 146.54 could be a continuation short. Axon, I am interested in trading Axon as well on the long side. Waiting for that one to kind of get back into this little bit of a pivot low action here. So AXON looking pretty decent this morning for a bit of a scalping opportunity. Not a bad area, that's for sure. We'll watch that one as well. All right, 7 minutes till the open, guys. I gotta stand up. Who is ready to rock and roll this morning? Let's go split screen. Boom, boom. We'll watch AMD since it's a market leader. We will also watch. Let's put up SPY up here. I'm just going to switch these around. Natural gas, we can put that there. Good stuff. We'll put the S&P there. S&P 500 is back to the negative side, slightly in the pre-market. Slightly negative. Okay. Crypto doing well, gold doing well. Gas back to the negative side. Very choppy. So let's see where they want to take AMD. Again, we'll mark the low on this chart for AMD. But AMD has seen a nice recovery off of the lows along with other stocks. It's 9:30, so we'll have 10 a.m. data, we'll have 10:30 a.m. data, and then we'll have 1 p.m. So yeah, last night's sell-off was crazy, right? And this is where I think I mentioned it yesterday or the day before. I said, I've seen I've seen these crazy days where the futures market means nothing, I mean, there's opportunity if you are a futures trader, but if you don't have a futures account, I mean, it's honestly, I've seen it where you're down 2% and then back up, or you're up 2% and then you're down. So it's crazy volatile. But I honestly don't know. I mean, I think the sell-off was occurring due to weakness in AMD. That's my best thesis. You know, I'm not too sure about the bank in SK. I'm not really too sure. I'm not even familiar with the news. You can bring me up to speed. There was a banking crisis or something, but you look at AMD, right? AMD was almost 10 bucks lower than where it was. And keep in mind, guys, big company, biggest weighting in the stocks. You know, it's had a nice 3% bounce off of the lows. So AMD, I think, is the main culprit for the futures. And then along with some other earnings, you know, you had SMCI breathing in a little bit of weakness into the actual complex. You had ANET. So all the big tech stocks, right? ANET was also under some pressure. Then you had Axon, which is an institutionally traded stock, also under pressure. So, you know, the earnings reactions yesterday after market close weren't the greatest for the main high flyers. Like Skyworks was okay, the initial reaction. But for the most part, you know, a lot of these companies were under some pressure. And we'll see. I mean, if this revisits the lows, guys, the market's going lower. There's still a slightly bearish undertone in the market today on the back of yesterday's sell-off as well as AMD. But if they buy AMD back to the positive, yeah, we'll rip. We will absolutely rip. But for now, I still think that we can maybe see a little bit of more downside if AMD falls here, guys. It's the big if. Just gotta watch that. We gotta watch that. All right. Pinterest, guys, I'm looking at the long side. There might be a fading opportunity on AMD, but I would like to see it push a little bit higher. AMD is a tough short. All right, markets are open here. Markets are open. SPY is catching a little bit of bid. Tesla's up 1.8. Open door green. Plug power green. Hertz taking a little bit of breather. In Palantir still negative, but trying to firm up here. Pinterest, come on, flush Pinterest. I want them to flush Pinterest, guys. 2509 area. AMD catching that fat candle bid off of the open. Where do they want to take it? Where do they want to take it? Ouster up 10.5. That's still holding the majority of its gains for now. You are seeing LiDAR stocks catching a bit of a bid this morning. Oclose ripping. EXCL. Google's nice and strong. Snapchat's under pressure. Snapchat does have earnings today. Again, Ethereum's still acting quite well. Hertz is coming in down 5%. SoFi's green. Archer's green. Cypher's green. HIMS is seeing some strength. Looking at your S&P 500 here, it's starting to trickle just a touch lower here. Let's look at SMCI real quick. How is that hanging on? Palantir is going through a little bit more sell side pressure right now. Again, Palantir was also significantly down in the after hours. Big buy the dip on SMCI, trying to bounce here. Skyworks, big bounce there. Axon, pretty big bounce there. Bitcoin still showing some structure. Palantir down 1.73%, guys. This market could be in for some trouble. Trouble double, double trouble, bubble trouble. VIX is green, dollar's green, SPY Q's negative, IWM up 0.5, Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple drilling, Google green, Meta green, Tesla green. Nothing's really come into my lows. Oof, new low of day for Palantir, guys. PLTR getting absolutely wrecked here. Look at that fat candle bid on Meta. Nice bounce on Meta. Damn. Look at Palantir, guys. Drill Palantir into the ground, guys. I still have 180 puts for next week. I would love to see this H pattern break. What a bounce there in AMD, though. Holy moly. That now becomes an interesting short idea. Let's see if we can get a short on AMD. Tough to short that stock ripping like that, but wow. Look at PLTR, guys, ripping. Apple's getting slapped. S&P just still holding. Pinterest now down 20%. SMCI down 3.4. Biohaven still down 34. Unity Software still up 11. That's ripping. Again, the good risk to reward races, shorting AMD here, guys. You can use a stop loss kind of at a 10-minute close inside the positive price. So if AMD holds positive price, that is a positive thing for it. But AMD is technically at a short here. Look at PLTR, guys, drilling into the ground. Wow. They are drilling that name hard and fast. Bitcoin and crypto are seeing some sell side. S&P is still holding some technical structure right now. Look at them drill Palantir. Holy shit. Look at that. Sweeping that low. Beautiful. Drop it into that 180 zone. Come on, PLTR. Go, go, go. Absolutely filthy decline on Palantir, guys. I like it a lot, Palantir. I like you a lot. Drill it. Again, I'm still in those 180s for next week, November 14th, guys. November 14th. We trimmed. That was a little bit of a lotto play on the earnings front. We took both sides of the trade. But that we lost on the call side, obviously, off of the 220 spike, but we're making it back through this put option, that's for sure. Up over 100% there. All right, we're still seeing a little bit more liquidation. Now you have SPY rolling, guys. Your S&P is starting to roll over here. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Market is starting to roll here. AMD is starting to get faded a little bit. Lots of distribution hitting the tape, guys. Surprisingly, semiconductors are still green, your SOXX. Tesla's still green, but coming in. Pinterest still on watch for a long trade. Down 20% on pins. Unity Software up 10.5. Now, gas still holding some structure. They are trying to defend the S&P off of that prior day low sweep. The positives, you have your Russell 2000 strong. Strong, 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 strong. Palantir getting gobbled up here in the very short term. We'll see how big of an Axon still getting slapped. Eli Lilly, how's that doing? Wow, big punch through on Lilly. That's up 1.7, having a stellar day. Humana down 9.4% on HUM. Wow, that's actually into an interesting area. Wow. SoFi's dripping lower. Archer's dripping lower. Wow, look at that fade in AMD, guys. That is just nasty. That is a nasty fade. Tesla's about to go negative. Palantir still drilling, guys, down 3%. PLTR still looking heavy, trying to lose that PDL level. Nastiness. Nasty. AMD now down 2.36%. So again, getting faded off of that high pivot. SPY is still being defended here. Nvidia is still down 0.5%. Seeing definitely a big rotation into healthcare. We're seeing a big rotation into materials, XLB. So real estate, healthcare, materials this morning are catching some nice bids. Energy is also seeing some strength, XLE. Interesting. Interesting. Come on, Pinterest, fall lower. Go AMD, go, fall lower. UVXY is still slightly green. Your 10-year yield is up 0.71. 2-year yield is up 0.39. NatGas is trying to climb. Mega Cap Tech is trying to climb. Intel's positive. Unity Software is still holding its structure here. But definitely coming in from the highs a little bit. Wow. Oh, Pinterest came so close. Come on, Pinterest. You can do it. How's Novo Nordisk doing? NVO, that's still near the lows, guys. That one's on watch for a potential scalp long. Getting very interesting on the intraday price action. This one could make a red to green reversal. Palantir still super weak. Trying to see a little bit of a buy the dip right now. PayPal having a good day. GDX having a nice day. Lululemon's green. Open Door. Micron still having a stellar day, guys. That's getting gobbled up. Western Digital, another new all-time high on Western Digital. That's filthy. Oklo trying to catch a bit of a bid. Let's look at the SPY. Your IWM has a nice top wick candle, sell side candle. Your S&P, guys, still defending that prior day low. So if you want to take SPY long off of that area, your stop loss is pretty defined today. You lose prior day low, you get out of the trade. But technically speaking, you're at a little bit of a long here. A little bit of a long. Wow, First Majestic AG, that's getting slapped today. First Majestic Silver down 9.26% on earnings. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Quite a bit of selling in your financials today, guys. Looking at XLF, definitely underperforming. Bank of America, selling Wells Fargo, seeing some sell side pressure this morning. So that could be bearish. Keep your eye on financials. If that continues to sell here, the market can easily go lower. Regional banks are kind of holding steady, but your big boys are seeing some definite selling. Some definite selling there. So I don't like the fact that they're showing some weakness, the financials. It's a pretty bearish sign, intraday at least. Nice continuation bounce on Mara, guys. Bitcoin and crypto are looking filthy strong. What did we buy yesterday? We bought some Bitcoin. We closed our Ethereum short. Bitcoin is ripping. We bought some BITO yesterday. Nice little bounce is occurring. We could get our $18 Mary calls in the money today. If crypto has a continuation move, this Mary could still bounce pretty sharply here. That was an options trade that I sent out yesterday. Getting a decent bounce and reaction candle this morning. AMD. Is ANET a short here? Let's take a look. Uh, yeah, it could be a short. You're just kind of trading in no man's land. I would let it try to attack 146, but it could work out. It definitely could work out, especially since you are still seeing AMD starting to sell. You're seeing the S&P selling here back under. So yeah, it's a short with the market. AMD getting heavily sold. Palantir right back down. IWM trying to go back to the dark side. SMCI down 7.5%. Nvidia down 0.25%. SPY looking dirty. Palantir looking dirty. Bitcoin trying to go for another high of day. First Solar having a good day, guys, and seeing some strength. Ouster is getting faded entirely. That's interesting. Ouster doing a good old-fashioned potential gap and crack. Wow. Let's look at these high crypto computing stocks. Iron looking bullish, guys. Cypher Mining getting some volume. Unity Software still seeing some distribution. Yeah, ANET, is it at the 50-day? Yeah, you can see the initial rejection off that 50-day. That's kind of what I said in the pre-market, right? 50-day rejection. And that's exactly what happened. A little bit of a pierce and slapped right back down. So yeah, I'd wait for that 50-day again. And then if you start closing, say on a 10-minute basis above that 50-day moving average, then you want to get out. If you want to give it more room to run with an hourly stop, you can do that. But, 50 days, pretty decent resistance. 10-minute close above, you get out of the short. That's just how I would play it personally. All right, Palantir's still weak, guys. AMD still just chopping around here. You have to wonder if AMD is going to revisit this earnings low down here. You wonder. You wonder. The S&P trying to defend that prior day low, guys, but it's looking heavy here. The bottom of this market could fall out if we lose steam here. The bottom of the market. The positive is you still have strength, guys, in your semiconductors. So the money that's coming out of AMD this morning isn't leaving the market. Look at these SOXX. Another day where it's green. Incredible. Just resilient. Resilient. And that's part and parcel due to what? Micron, Western Digital. Let's look at Skyworks again. SMCI. How's Broadcom? Look at SMCI. Dirty dog. Dirty. AVGO. That's seeing some strength. Taiwan Semi. Trying to bounce off of the lows. Nvidia, of course. Trying to hold steady here. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, come on, Pinterest. I want you to come down. Why don't you come down? All right, they're defending that S&P, guys. They are defending it yet again. Doing some sweeps through that prior day low. Palantir's still down 3.23%, getting smoked. Bitcoin looking a-okay. Thinking about taking an AMD 240 put, guys. That's what I'm thinking about taking. Oh, Meta. Oh, Meta trying to bounce here. Meta, Meta, Meta. It's a big area for Meta too. Interesting. Interesting. Quantum stocks are still showing a little bit of strength here. Amazon, that's still under a little bit of pressure drilling today. Excuse me. What a fat candle, guys. This is what I said. You can go long off that PDL. Wow, what a ripper. AMD not really participating there. Not really participating there on AMD. Mara is ripping here, guys. MARA. Holy moly. Whoops. So big fat bounce on the market, guys. Really, really incredible bounce. Natural gas trying to climb. Nvidia's back to the green side. It's here continuing. Now you have AMD perking up, guys. Getting perky with it. Intel ripping. Tesla acting well. SMCI Pinterest still weak. Still super, super weak. But the market is trying to hold some structure. IWM could push to about, call it, what are we, 243.60 today? So another dollar. Look at this bounce in the equity market. Still seeing some resilient strength, guys. Resiliency. The market is trying here. Trying to climb. What a bounce there in AMD. um, we got Bitcoin still pushing. That's up 1.68. Ethereum is up 1.7. Interesting. GDX still outperforming. Lululemon having a decent day today. That's trying to firm up off of a triple bottom. Micron still surging. Wow. Western Union, ACN having a decent day. Energy stocks still showing some life. AMD goes to the green side. Now it's going to squeeze out the shorts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where is the next short level on AMD? That is the question. I mean, maybe there's an aggressive short at this 250, 220-ish. But now I would personally wait for this 10-minute EMA. So 255, I would short AMD. This market's trying to get back inside that channel that we discussed, guys. So if we establish ourselves in the channel, we're going to go back to the resistance. That hourly chart resistance. All right. So just be aware of that. IWM is still squeezing to the upside. Market is looking A-OK right now. AMD. Tier still looking weak, guys. Testing 185 on PLTR. S&P still ripping. Prior day low was defended. Give the bulls the benefit of the doubt, guys. We could see a continuation. Apple still negative, so that name can firm up a little more. Nvidia's ripping back to the high side, up 0.5%. We do have data coming in 8 minutes, guys. We have some data in 8 minutes. So we got the manufacturing PMI coming out in a few minutes. And then we got JOLTS data coming out, job openings. Nat gas back to the green side. Your US dollar, guys, getting absolutely slapped. So there's still this correlation between the markets and the dollar right now. Clear correlation, dollar down, S&P up. That correlation is live and strong. Dollar fell off of that services PMI. We'll see what the manufacturing PMI and JOLTS data come in at. That's the next thing to influence the market at 10 a.m. Big push on AMD, nice reversal back to the high side. Financials are still a little bit weak. Palantir is still a little bit weak. Wow, look at MARA, guys. Ripper. Beautiful. We literally entered here yesterday, 1678 on Mara. Boom. Nice fat bid. We got nothing but time on those contracts. Damn, if I knew it would bounce that fast, it would have taken some end of weeks. Look at this Biohaven, BHVN, guys. Still getting absolutely demolished. Down 43%. How's FI? Pfizer still under a little bit of pressure. Toast. Where's this Toast chart? Can't even see it. Oh, a nice bounce there on Toast. Very strong bounce there. Interesting. Axon. Yeah, Axon's still trying to be defended here. ANET. ANET's still a little bit fragile down here, but trying to firm up. Humana. This market is squeezing. A little bit of resistance here, guys. Wow, Humana, no bid yet. Pins. Pinterest still trying to be defended here. You took 1,000 shares of Biohaven, 820. Nice. Good luck. Good luck. Is it still could go to that low? I mean, is it oversold? Yes. Wow, this bounce. Look at Palantir, guys, getting liquidated here. PLTR not really performing with the market off that bounce. That is a crazy, crazy divergence there. That is filthy. Come on, take us down to 180. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Biohaven catching a little bit of a bounce here, testing 817, trying to put in a bit of a 10-minute reversal. Lots of volume coming in on Biohaven here. Again, Biohaven's falling on FDA sandbagging and sacking their drug development. Look at PLTR, guys. Our 180s could be in the money today at the rate that this is falling. Holy. Drop it like it's hot. Go, 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 PLTR. Still absolutely ripping. AMD, a little bit of top wick distribution. Market is strong. Your Russell 2000 is rallying. Solar stocks ripping. Crypto stocks ripping. Slightly green price action in your quantum names. Excuse me. Google having a stellar day up 1.93, Meta up half, Tesla up 0.6, JP Morgan, Netflix still red, Amazon, Microsoft still red, Apple still red, but well off of the lows. Your dollar's trying to catch a bit of a bounce now. So look at that SPY candle, guys. That is a face ripper. Shorts got absolutely wrecked off of that prior day low liquidity sweep. They did it twice on you. That is filthy. They got absolutely annihilated. We are now coming up to that resistance that I discussed, guys. That is the key. That is the key. Big area. It is a shortable area. It's aggressive and risky because if you get through that, we could be, wow. Yeah, if we get through this resistance, you got prior day high, but chances are if you get through this resistance, you're going all the way back up to this top of this channel. So call it 682 on SPY. That could happen. But we need to take it level by level first. Market's looking freaking strong right now. Strong. Semiconductors, you would have expected AMD to put a little bit of a headwind on this SOX, but this won't just stop. I mean, look at the strength in SOX right now. That is just crazy. All right, surfers, your Biohaven starting to wake up here. Testing 831 on BHVN. Can it make a move? Yeah, Vale making a nice gap up recovery. That's up a couple percent on the session and ripping. That formed a nice base. Wow, look at MARA, guys. Mara, our $18 calls are in the money, but I like that to go higher here. Let's look at Bitcoin again. BTC trying to break out again to that high of day. Data Vault sucking, unfortunately. Palantir still going lower. Look at PLTR, guys. Full-fledged liquidation on PLTR. This has not been performing with the market. That is just crazy. All right, guys, that 10 a.m. data is out. Manufacturing PMI spiking. Holy moly, look at the spike in the dollar. Wow, PMI data, guys, coming in extra hot. You had manufacturing, ISM manufacturing, non-manufacturing prices, consensus was 68, it came in at 70. Manufacturing PMI, consensus was 50.7, coming in at 52.4. Hot, hot data. Spiking yields. Now you have the 10-year yield up 1.4%. Whoa. Big ripper on the yields, big ripper on small caps are probably going to get slapped right back down with these yields. If these yields hold these gains, you got IWM that's going to get absolutely clobbered, guys. That is just a filthy, filthy, filthy print on your interest rates in Dixie. Look at that Dixie, new high of day, guys. That's crazy. That is crazy. A little bit of an initial profit taking. Palantir, almost our 180 puts, guys, in the money. Look at PLTR. All right, I'm going to take profits here on my Palantir puts, guys. I'm going to close that other lotto contract, the earnings. So I'm out at 610, guys. 610. I'm closing my Palantir. 180 put. It's locked in 108%, guys, on my PLTR put there. So PLTR was an example where I took both sides of the trade into earnings. I took an upside call, but my downside was as a hedge, but my downside was my primary. So we netted a nice chunk there, PLTR. Excuse me. AMD now coming in, guys. If you're wanting to short AMD up there, you have a nice defined stop loss again. I'm still waiting for a little bit higher, but wow. Got to watch this dollar in this data now, guys. That dollar, if it holds these gains, spiking to a new high, that's some troublesome market for IWM. And now I kind of want, now I know why small caps or financials were weak. I guess financials kind of had the inside scoop that rates were going to just rip face here, guys. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's a hard punch through on yields, guys. We're talking about a big push here on the 10, the 2, and the dollar. So I would watch gold. Gold could get faded. IWM's probably going to start lagging the market here. This is crazy. That was filthy. I'm watching this candle. I mean, we've only had 3 minutes to digest this data. Um, Still waiting on those jolts openings. What the heck are the jolts openings coming out at? Are we even gonna get the jolts today? Because the thing's still closed, right? So maybe we don't even get it. I don't know. We'll find out. But that dollar's still holding structure, guys. DXY still holding. Data Vault got absolutely wrecked. UAMY getting wrecked. Palantir now down 4%. Semis are still super strong right now. Bitcoin took a little bit of a fall here. Apple's still negative. Amazon, Microsoft still struggling. Tesla went negative, guys. That's troublesome. Google's still absolute full beast mode. Rivian up 10%. Wow, Rivian. Maybe Rivian's gonna get faded if Tesla's weak. Let's look at Rivian here. Yeah, Rivian's into a shortable shortable level here too, guys. Rivian's not a bad short here. Let's keep Tesla open. Because Tesla's getting liquidated down to the lows. So Rivian's going to come in hard, I think. That'll get sold into. Teva, Cypher. Wow, SPY's still... Look at that buy the dip in SPY. Holy moly. SMCI is still acting well. How's Unity again? AMD still trying to shake and move. Wow, look at Unity. Nice fade opportunity on Unity there. SPY's still ripping here though. Wow, SPY's ripping. Dollar's coming in, guys. That's why the dollar, a little bit of a top wick sell-off on the Dixie. We'll see if it can hold any of this 10-minute gain or if it's just going to get sold into. It's just maybe it's a one-off pop. That's kind of what I'm watching on the back end here. But so far, SPY is pushing back to the highs of the session, looking hella strong. Semiconductors are still beating this market, pushing it up. TMC bottom, long or not yet? TMC, let's see. Up 1.6%. Metals company, yeah, maybe it's into a big area. Very similar potentially to what played out here in August. Again, it's obviously pending on Trump, China, etc. But it's not a bad area if you're trying to take it on the long side. Not a bad area, that's for sure. Just understand it's very speculative still. All these metals companies are very speculative, but definitely there is some support there if you're wanting to take it on the long side. Oh yeah, it has earnings though. Yeah, you're right. Is that after? That's tomorrow. So again, even more risk there. That's even riskier. So definitely some support, but into earnings, risky business. Risky business. Star Fraser Biohaven's acting well. Wow, look at BAC, guys. Bank of America. What's happening to BAC? What is happening? Peter, what was that banking crisis that you mentioned? The bank in SK? What's the bank in SK? Because, yeah, financials are definitely showing a little bit of weakness in the market today. So what's that? Maybe there's some contagion, spillover. What was that bank? Yeah, the banks are not looking nice right now. JP Morgan, though, bouncing. All right, S&P still holding some structure, guys. Acting quite well. Tesla's still looking a little bit weak. Rivian. Might fade Rivian here, guys. I might fade Rivian. I don't mind this area. Whoops. Is Tesla still kind of hanging on by a thread here, which makes me think that Rivian's going to get faded. Dollar's trying to push back up again, guys. I'm taking some Rivian put options, guys. It's risky, it's aggressive. I'm going to look at getting into the, let's just see what's going on here. This trade here, guys, very high risk. Rivian 1350 puts. Rivian 1350 puts for end of the week. This is super, super risky. Options, we'll see what happens here. End of week, 15 contracts, not too big. Not too big. The market is still technically trying to push to this high. But we'll see what happens. Tesla trying to fall a little bit here. SPY's starting to come in. Rivian's strong though. Bitcoin coming in a little bit. Palantir still down 4.2. Oof, Rivian's trying to push. New high of day. Ripping me already. Here, still trying to pull back a little bit. You're squeezing me already on Ruby. It's crazy. S&P, IWM coming in a little bit. Still holding above its opening range high, 103 area. SPY is technically just consolidating at this previous gap fill. Tesla's trying to catch a bid now. Yikes. Your dollar's getting faded now. All right, guys, I might have to take a loss on this Rivian, cutting it early. Let me just see what interest rates are doing. They're still somewhat firm, but now Tesla's firming up. Wait, I'm gonna give Rivian. I'm gonna keep a 15-cent stop loss, guys. 15-cent stop loss, so it's 7-cent risk on this trade. So if Rivian keeps pushing, it will stop me out. Bitcoin starting to roll a little bit. IWM consolidating. You still have Amazon down 0.67, Microsoft down 0.28, Apple down 0.32, sorry, 0.37. Google, Meta, Tesla still strong. JP Morgan slightly negative, Netflix negative. AMD still trying to push higher here, guys. That's QQQ up 0.3, IWM up 0.56, SPY up 0.25. So your Russell's still outperforming. QQQ second strongest, and SPY is lagging a little bit. Majority of the sectors are green. Utilities, real estate staples are weak. Energy is outperforming today. Materials are outperforming today. Strengthen your XLK and your semiconductors. SPY starting to get heavy here. Come on, Rivian, what are you doing? How are you holding up this strong? Off of your earnings, these fucking buy the dippers are ruthless. All right, your Russell 2000 is getting sold into pretty sharp here. Tesla's back to the negative side. SMCI is still down 8 pins, still down 19.9, but that's bounced. Come on down, Rivian. Come on down. S&P falling here. Tesla looks weak. Crypto still acting pretty well. Down. It's a good sign. Come on. AMD softening up. Your Russell 2000 seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. AMD curling. Google still strong as ever. Baba showing some strength. Micron still having a stellar day. Western Digital still strong. Oklo still up 3.84. Come on. Drop this Rivian. Drop it. I was really hoping Pinterest went to that 25-ish area, but never ever went there. It never went there, unfortunately. Tesla trying to lose 444, looking pretty dirty on Tesla. Your Russell 2000, big spot here on the IWM. If it loses it, we could see a flush back down to prior day low. SPY is still trying to hold some structure here. AMD catching another bid. Palantir trying to bounce off of the lows, still down 3.5% on PLTR. Solar still having a stellar day, guys. FSLR up sharply on the session, 4.4%. So big spot for SPY here. Again, you're still just consolidating at that previous little gap fill. So it's a pretty decent area for the market. If it can hold this area, you could easily push through this resistance. If we start getting rejected here again, we're heading down into that prior day low zone. But so far, give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. They broke out of this little bear range. You know, you want to kind of hold this channel now. Come on, PLTR. Puts on rainy, RANI. Let's look at RANI. Yeah, it's looking pretty bearish. Yep. Yeah, that's a nice bearish pattern for sure. I think you can easily get a flush down to this area, prior day low, so call it 205, 206. Not a bad bearish breakdown. I know it's down 7.5, but that's breaking structure today. Yeah. I would wait for the next potential pop to short it. Hopefully you get one, but probably the next pop you short it. So if this was to pop back to, look at this hourly here. So if you popped back to say this previous little gap fill, call it 225, that would be your short. Continuation down. But it's looking pretty bearish. Hopefully you get a bounce. We'll see. AMD starting to trickle lower, guys. The IWM also trickling. You can see that big wick down on SPY. Trying to defend it. Come on, Rivian. Gap and crack. Tesla, guys, breaking down. So one of the reasons I picked on Rivian, guys, I know it had earnings today, but I'm seeing Tesla breaking down here. And typically that's pretty bearish for Rivian as well. You know, Tesla's losing some structure here. Very close to having a nice waterfall. So usually Rivian sees sell side pressure, but maybe I'm just picking on a stock that's too strong today. We'll see. We'll see if we get the flush. IWM breaking down though, guys. Ooh, Pinterest getting heavier. The market as a whole is getting heavier. AMD back to the dark side. Come on, dump this market. Dump Rivian. Big bounce on the S&P. Inventories, guys, in about 7 minutes. Crude oil inventories, 7 minutes. All right, I might have to cut these Rivian puts, guys, for a loss here. This is a big fat bounce. Okay. Still acting. All right, guys, I'm cutting my Rivian puts here at 18 cents for a loss. Apologies about that one. Taking a 4 cent loss. So I cut those Rivian puts. It's too strong of a bounce there. Not liking it. They defended that previous little pivot high on Rivian, so too strong. And the dollar's softening a little bit here, so this might be a more of a realistic bounce that could hold. We'll see. You can see that dollar's coming in. So it was looking like they were trying to bounce the dollar, and now it's getting faded pretty sharply again. And Tesla as well, seeing a nice bounce, continuation. So look at that bullish reversal on Tesla. How's Meta doing? Meta's trying to break out to the high side. Yeah, so you're getting now a little bit more participation, guys. So S&P looks like it's going to test this resistance. Watching Palantir on the other screen, seeing if that's trying to firm up. AMD still acting okay. Even though it's negative, it's acting okay. Tesla back to green side. Intel having a strong day. Google softening. Hmm. Yields are still green. Nat gas still holding steady. Range Resources trying to break out to the high side. Again, crude oil, guys, in a few minutes. Crude oil inventories. Let's just quickly do a run through of XLE. So crude oil daily charts still holding that wedge. Let's look at XLE real quick. XLE actually showing some positive, one of the stronger sectors in the market today. Kind of interesting. I guess people might be front running that inventory report. XOM. Yeah, XOM still holding some structure, bouncing into that 7-day. You can see XOM has really broken out of this interesting W formation. And if inventories come in strong, XOM could absolutely rip. Rip, rip, rip. Wow, Ouster, guys, did the full-on gap and crack. Look at that. Gapping up over 11%. Boom, sell side pressure. How's Unity? Unity's trying to hold some structure. Pins. That's coming down, guys. That's getting interesting. Let it fall. Let it fall. SMCI, no love for SMCI, guys. Down into the daily 200 MA. SMCI, I like it long off this point of control, guys. For a bounce today, it could get there, believe it or not. A little bit of support here. You have a gap fill. Actually, that's not a bad area as well, guys. Piercing the 200 into a gap fill. That's not bad. Considering the market's holding, I would consider SMCI for a long here. 43 Pierce. 43 Pierce. Interesting. Wow. AMD still softening. IWM looking much better here. Semis are still Full beast mode, ladies and gents. Full beast mode. SPY ripping. Palantir is now catching a bid, guys. PLTR. Seeing some strength. How's Axon doing? Axon still holding. ANET. ANET still meandering down here. Wow, I forgot about UPST, guys. We didn't even mention that one. That one's getting absolutely rocked today. Down over 13% on UPST. Upstart, not having a good day. Ooh, and that was getting decently oversold into its earnings. Alright, micro gap. Look at that SPY candle. That is freaking filthy. I'm glad I cut my Rivian there for a loss. That's crazy. Enphase Energy, stellar day, a firm under pressure. For solar ripping. Oracle up 1.1. What else we got moving? Mara having a good day. Yep. Still some pockets of weakness, but generally speaking, most things are starting to firm up here, guys. For inventories, guys, we're going to put that WTI chart up. Again, this can be influential for the market. Crude oil has a tendency to be volatile. Spike up would likely put pressure on the S&P and transports. So we got it in T minus, what, 30 seconds less? Fubo having a stellar day. All right, crude oil inventories. 2.5 drawdown of 2.5 million expectation coming in at 5.2 million. Let's see the heating and oil, gasoline inventories, bigger than expected drawdown. So crude oil inventories actually showed a bit of a build. That's a bearish print so far. Bearish print for crude, guys. Oil inventories. Expectation was a drawdown of 2.5 million. You got a build of 5.2. So that is a bearish print for crude oil inventories. We will see. And what's interesting, guys, is it's a bearish print which is showing less demand. Crude oil inventories. If we start to see more and more consecutive builds going into the end of the year and 2026, that could be telling us that there is a demand problem. Or it's a production and oversupply, but a pretty bearish print so far for crude. We'll see how the price action wants to react. Natural gas acting very, very well, guys. That's continuing to rip. Good morning, Dom. Howdy, howdy, howdy. So far, crude is trying to bounce a little bit. Energy stocks are still trying to run a little bit. All right, so really the next data set, guys, is President Trump, 1 p.m. Got some factory orders, but I don't expect that to be too market moving. That's at 11 a.m. in a half hour. But in what? 2.5 hours, Trump, POTUS speaks. All right. So we'll see if he wants to give the markets an additional boost and rally facelift. But it looks like we're going to keep trending here, guys. Obviously, if crude spikes, call it back to this pre-market high, SPY is probably going to sell off. But technically, the inventory report for crude is a bearish fundamental report. Obviously, crude is still technically at some support here, but not really a report that's too influential right now. But obviously, we'll see if the technicals want to diverge from it. Wow, look at natural gas though, guys. This thing is just in absolute freaking squeeze mode. Squeezing to the upside. Again, I'm so curious to find out what the heck the inventory report is tomorrow because there's got to be something brewing in nat gas, guys. Honestly, it's just this chart pattern is setting up for a crazy run. It's already had a huge run off of the lows, but we're talking about squeezing. You know, you're doing these nice stair steps higher. Could you go through a little bit of a few days of consolidation for sure? Maybe that's what we're going to get tomorrow off its report. But damn, it's looking pretty decent. Pretty decent. All right, guys. So AMD still seeing some sell side pressure. That one's well off of its earnings low gap down. Again, all the money that's coming out of AMD, which isn't much today. It's down 0.35, just burned a whole lot of options contracts. Crazy. I'm going to take a little bit of a early break here. Be back for Trump, 1 p.m. If it's a White House press conference, which I think it is, I'll stream it live here for us. But but yeah, I'll take an early break here, guys. All right, we'll see you back in a little bit. Cheers. So we do have Trump coming out here soon-ish to speak. Scheduled to speak at the America Business Forum in Miami. Expected to address economic policy, Republican legislative strategy, and the recent election results. Live broadcast on CNBC. Trump acknowledged that the Democratic blowout was unexpected, saying last night was, not expected to be a victory. I don't think it was good for Republicans. Blah, blah, blah. So we will see what is in store. Markets have had a really solid ripper, guys. Look at this beautiful consolidation right on that gap and blasted through it. Bang. Now you're basically retesting this previous breakdown neckline, but we are looking strong again. Strong, strong, strong. Anonymous saying Microsoft looks bearish to me on the daily, less so on the hourly. Let's take a look at MSFT. I guess I can pull this Trump shit away. Yeah, hourly chart. Yeah, hourly chart still looks pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly. Underperforming Microsoft. Daily chart. So you can see we're well below that earnings low. That's definitely bearish, the fact that we're below that earnings low. Let me just adjust this channel here. Yeah, Microsoft's definitely bearish underneath this little trend line break. I could easily see it going to that EMA 113. Let me just see what else we're sitting at. So we're not really sitting at any other support. Yeah, it definitely looks bearish. Looks like it's going to take out this low. It's been diverging from the market. Not a healthy chart. Batman or cat ears, whatever this formation is. I haven't heard those. That's pretty funny. I haven't heard that formation. But I like it. I like it. Batman or cat ears. Yeah, I can see it. It's funny. The shit we come up with. Is that what they're actually calling it these days? It's kind of fun. Zoom out on the daily. Yeah, this. You can see it on the weekly. Yeah, I can see it. Batman. I like it. The Batman formation. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like an M top, but I prefer the Batman formation. All right, maybe I'll start saying that as well. Instead of an M top, it's the Batman. Batman. But it hasn't Microsoft's it's a tough stock to break down, right? Lots of chop and support in here. Lots. Just saying Rivian's rocket a short stepped away, saw the lost 40% stuck in the short. Now, yeah, Rivian was a beast. That's why I cut it. There was one attempt at Rivian breaking down. There was holy shit, Rivian. 23%. Yeah, there was one attempt down here at Rivian. I tried it. It held. As soon as I saw this one starting to perk back up, that's where I cut it right over here. And look at Rivian since. I mean, holy moly, what a beast. So that's crazy. And the market's strong, right? Strong stock, strong market. So Rivian took off. You look at Tesla too. Tesla made that beautiful V-shaped bounce as well. Strong, strong, strong. Oopsie. session. It's on having a nice little bounce here. Pinterest dead stock, nasty. It's not doing anything down here, which is good. I'd like for it to firm up. Here, 5, Pfizer, trying to make a little bit of a base. Whoa, bless me. Excuse me. Lululemon has had a strong day, guys. The stock just is crazy volatile in this range down here, you know. Big up, big down, big up. Just accumulation range. So still outperforming on the session today. IWM's up 1.62. Squeezing, guys. Squeezing. Boom. Okay. So some thoughts on the Santa rally this year? Come on, Anonymous. Everyone knows Santa's not real. No, there's some credibility to it, especially since the market is still holding bullish daily and weekly structure. So there's definitely some there's definitely for a strong chance. Consumer discretionary, I think. Consumer discretionary. But the SPX hit today, guys. Bottom of the wedge pattern. The SPX loves to grind inside of this wedge. You slapped it today, bouncing sharply. The SPX could easily now go back to the highs, especially with this AMD reaction, guys. Like, what's going to take the market down now? I mean, if we look at the rest of the earnings, you obviously still have Nvidia down the pipeline, but pretty much all the major earnings are out of the way. You got some nice amount of companies reporting after the bell right now. You got Hood, Qualcomm, IonQ, ARM, AppLovin, Duolingo, Fortinet, Elf, Joby, EOS Dash, and about 262 others. Well, interesting for more upside. SMCI, no love for SMCI today. That's still down 9.3. Pinterest still down 21. DNN down 3.28. Palantir still down 2.42. Rivian standout outperformer of 23. Nvidia strong session back above 201. Pfizer green, Ford green, Tesla green, AMD, Ripper, Cypher, ripping, Intel strong, Big Bear AI up 6.72. RXRX having a good day. Taking any calls or puts? Peter asking about NOV. So a full round trip, that's for sure. What else we got? They have been getting pummeled. Holy moly. That's crazy. That is disgusting. Oh, starting to do a little bit of fundamental research on the back end. And I was like, why the hell is this NOV getting so demolished? So Novo Nordisk, yeah, I've been watching that one, Peter. Um, I was really hoping for a true double bottom pierce. You know, this could be the low. Could be. You filled that. No, you still have the gap unfilled. But that's a big level that Henvio is retesting. I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, you're oversold yet again on the daily. You got a nice divergence building. I was still expecting one more sweep of the low. But if you're a long-term investor, you buy some leaps down here, you'll get paid. You'll get paid for sure. Did you report earnings already? Hmm. They must have, right? Let me just make sure. Or are they after the bell? Maybe they're after the bell. Maybe that's it. Check something. Let me just double check something. Whoa. The whole chart went down there. Okay, so they did report already. NVO. Seeing it here on my other screen. Video. There you are. Just trying to look at something real quick on this Novo. Okay, still got pretty good revenue trends for Novo. I'd say it's pretty decent still. Whoops. Setting the chart there. So it's definitely a bit of a contrarian play, which is usually a really good, still a quality company, but a lot of selling has been occurring in the hedge fund land, Peter. I'll post that in the chart too there. So a decent amount. That being said, the company still looks strong. Just been going through. So again, there's a couple reasons why the stock has underperformed. I mean, guidance and cuts from its demand. They've cut their forecast a couple times this year, warning about their full year sales and operating profit would be significantly less. Company also cited weaker demand projections for its obesity drug Wegovy and diabetes treatment Ozempic, which was previously driven by explosive growth. Novo is facing legal challenge from Pfizer, which has intensified investor concerns about its competitive positioning. Obesity drug market is getting crowded from Eli Lilly, Pfizer ramping up their offerings. President Trump recently commented on future price cuts from their weight loss drugs, specifically targeting Ozempic. He wants it to be capped at $1.50, $150. So there's regulatory pricing fears. can see it did miss on its last revenue, so its revenue is kind of waning a bit. I mean, 11.75 billion. Last quarter in June it was 11.7. So although they beat their last quarter, they missed their estimates slightly. Net income still strong. Still a good company. It's just investors are not liking the slower growth. Strong balance sheet still. He's speaking now, but it's not a White House press conference, so I don't have it playing in the background. Actually, guys, it is playing on the White House, so I'll have it in the background. It hasn't started yet. Let me just check here. No, it hasn't started yet. So I'll play it in the background for us once it gets going. Okay. Surfer's looking at Path taking 20 call for Jan 16. PATH. Path. Let's look at Path here. Yeah, Path is still just technically holding. It is holding support here. That's for sure. What did you say you're taking? The 20 call for Jan 16th? I mean, that's super aggressive, Sarf. That's really aggressive. But, what percent? It's certainly in the wheelhouse. It could move. So 20 call is what? 35%. I mean, you would need it to gap up on earnings, right? You would absolutely need it to gap up on earnings. You got one shot, pretty much. If this gaps up on earnings, then your 20 can hit. But if it doesn't have a strong move on earnings, that's not going to play out by January. So again, it's a lotto, I would say. Obviously, it's a lotto with a little bit more time on. But yeah, you would need it. And it does have the backdrop to move higher. I mean, you've triggered a bullish formation on the weekly, but I don't know. It's still such a newish company that I feel like so many people are piling in on the long side of this just because of the OpenAI headline. But technically, you were at support. weekly 7, back testing the neckline, declining volume on the pullback. So it's got some strength, has some potential. Yeah, so Vale's made a nice move back up off of the lows. It's definitely could use a minor pullback, but it looks like it wants to target that weekly 200. So it's got both daily and weekly momentum. It's just getting a little bit extended up here. Not saying it can't go farther, but I would say it's due for a little bit of consolidation very shortly. But it's had a nice move, Wale. Very, very strong move. So I would say that off of the pullbacks, you can probably start accumulating more. Now, I could eventually see this going to that 1470 gap, but it needs a little bit of a breather. Broken out of that trend line. It's a clean break. This week is a very healthy candle for it because this is kind of confirming the second weekly higher high breakout. So you've been in a strong downtrend for a long time with Wale, and now you're finally getting that weekly higher high close. So you got it last week. This week it's set to confirm it. So it's looking strong. So again, it's, if anyone doesn't know, Vale's basically surging on the iron ore demand from Asia. Policy shifts from Brazil, strategic expansion to renewable energy. So Vale reported its highest iron ore production since 2018. Top global supplier. Stock has been upgraded several times. New mining regulations in Brazil promote cleaner extraction methods, enhancing Vale's ESG profile and attracting institutional capital. Vale is expanding into renewable energy sectors, including green hydrogen and carbon capture, which adds growth optionality beyond mining. So a very big supplier for the Asian market. All right, we're still awaiting Trump here, guys. I do have it in the background. Say don't short a dull market right now. It's a pretty dull market today. Just been a good old-fashioned float and grind trending day. I mean, look at that AMD candle. What a boss. AMD bossing the semiconductors. Look at this market go, guys. It is ripping. Semiconductors are just breathing this market higher. Bitcoin bouncing nicely up 2.75%. That's acting quite well. IWM moving to the upside. Trump coming out, guys. Play the audio in the background. Stand in the beer.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Wow, what a nice group. And I love Miami. I love to be with the people. Many of you are not from Miami, but that's okay too. And I'm thrilled to be back in magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders and true American patriots. That's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election victory, they say. This is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person. I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history. It's possible. I mean, it's possible. We've done a lot. On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365 days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, they said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long. And it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked, and we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us left. Biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president. And I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy. You'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, less than, think of it, less than 1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have $21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have $21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market is set 40-time all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In the third quarter, we're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more, who knows. I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built, they're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they can cover, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts, you know. It's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers. And that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200. And miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone. And that's good because it's not, such an extra cost to the company. It really isn't. Somebody would say, oh, it's going to cost more. The fact is that they're doing such business like they've never done. You're going to start seeing numbers coming out very soon that are going to blow your mind. Under Biden, we had the worst inflation in modern history. We had inflation that was so bad, costing the typical family about $33,000 over a period of time. Their policies send food prices up 23. They come in, when I first came in, I was in for 3 days, and one of the fake news members, they're all back there. That's a lot of press. Fake news. They said, egg prices are through the roof. I was there for 3 days, and this maniac, this lunatic person, happened to be a woman. Sir, what are you going to do about egg prices? And they'd gone up like 4 or 5 times. I said, well, you just told me it has a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs. You believe it? I said, we're buying Easter eggs for the White House, for the egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We have a great Department of Agriculture headed by Brooke Rollins, and we did a great job, and we got them down to the level they originally were a long time ago. And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies. And it wasn't him. It was the people surrounding him around the desk. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. Biden. How the hell did that happen? Well, I know how it happened. A rigged election. That's how it happened. Think of the damage done. Although I must tell you, but this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people. You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, and even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. That's why we had the great economy. And now the only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually, we're going to have a bigger, better, stronger economy than the first 4 years. And that was the most successful economy in history. Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades, and we're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And when you get gasoline and you get oil and gas down, it's so big, it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow. And that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal, this is the greatest. They're greatest, they're wonderful. They come out every year with how much does a Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right? And it always goes up, up, up. It's 40%, 30% more. Is 25% lower than 1 year ago. Isn't that great? That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia. She's got a lot of cash. Serious cash, and she's a great person. Care about the price of a turkey is down a little bit, she doesn't have to worry about it. Since March, the price of eggs is down 85%. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I'd never spoke to again. And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. It's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And, you know, other people are going to take credit. All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say what a great job. They didn't do a damn thing. Yet as we speak, the Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of soaring prices, crushing energy costs, massive spending, open borders, let the world come into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, let them pour in, and rampant inflation. That's what Biden gave us, all of those things. With the reckless Democrat shutdown, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted to hold the American people hostage in an effort to extort hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. They're demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, and drug dealers and drug addicts, and they want to give $1.5 trillion in giveaways that would turbocharge rapid inflation again, as they did the first time. You remember that just a couple of years ago, 4 disastrous years we just had. They were the worst years. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrats are causing millions of Americans who depend on food stamps to go without benefits. They're forcing federal workers to go without paychecks, and they're stranding thousands of travelers at the airports. And you understand it, and they understand it. All because they want to return to the failed Biden policies that created, and also Obama policies. I watched him the other day up talking, well, Donald Trump is a mean person. I'm not a mean person. I just want to have a country that's great again. Is that okay? I'm not a mean person. He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. It's come to a dead halt. He built it in not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location. He doesn't know about location. But he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because an airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they had plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco to inside right there, L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It goes way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars. Totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen. Many, many, many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. I tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? But he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government. And it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes? They were the worst forced tears. I've known him all his life. He's never cried. But he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry. Crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately. Just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything's going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up, take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind. That's what they did last time. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The greatest scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever, Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually caused massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. I take my pen and I sign it. In his case, they walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who's no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. And they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people. He had no idea about it. He didn't know about it. And therefore, all those pardons are void. You know, you have to have, it's a very complicated thing if you're going to use a machine. You have to do it properly. And he didn't have any idea what was happening. And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the exact, I know exactly what's happened. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. You know, I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore, because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee. They flee. Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, you know, the telltale signs of trouble, because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor? He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the woman, the one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, like, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And, you know, you take a look back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is an economic The biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You could have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited, to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business. And that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire, and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote, and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country right now. Can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own electric generation. So they are building their own electric utility plants. They become a utility, if you think about it. They're building the utility and the electric right alongside. This is where they have their transformers and everything. They're building the most expensive electric plants you've ever seen, generating plants. Some by nuclear, some by oil and gas, some by coal as a substitute. They're building them right next to their plant, and they're incredible. People say they've never seen anything like it because these minds are genius. To them, an electric plant is not complicated. To them, an electric plant is better than the people that produce electricity, although Florida Power and Light is doing a lot of plants for people. They're pretty advanced, I have to tell you. But they're building their own juice next to the plant. Isn't that sort of a cool idea? And you know, when I first proposed that, they came into my office with, you know, they have unlimited money, but they were trying to figure out how they can build it because they had no electric of any consequence. And I said, you're going to build your own plant. I'm going to get you your approvals in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month if I'm slow. We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible. And he's tough, too. He's very tough. But they have their approval in 2-3 weeks. You know, they're dealing with the best experts in the world. They know what they're doing. It's amazing when you see some of this stuff come in, designed by guys with 190 IQs, and then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay. And he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant. And they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they said, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant. And we're going to have your approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good, they couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants, and it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger, the great, big, beautiful bill. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on Social Security. I wonder which is the most popular of the no tax on tips. You know, I was in Nevada, in my building in Las Vegas, and I had this beautiful young waitress come up to me. I never talk about beauty anymore because politically, if you mention somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. So I don't mention that she was beautiful, but she was beautiful. And she came up and I said, "How you doing?" "Oh, sir, I'm not doing well. The government is horrible on tips." I said, "Really? How do they tax? They tax tips? They tax us and they go after us. I've never seen anything like it. It's made my life miserable." "Sir, there should be no tax on tips." She said to me, "No tax on tips." I said, "Say it again." She said, "Sir, there should be no tax on tips." So we had a lot of the fake news waiting for me outside of the restaurant. So I went out, I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. There will be no tax on tips." That's how it all started. And I won Nevada. I won Nevada. Because, you know, in Nevada, every job is basically, you know, you're a waitress or you're working in a hotel. No, that's how it started. So it was amazing. We won Nevada easily, which is usually not a stronghold for Republicans, but it's become a stronghold. So I want to thank the waitress. She did a great job. But when she said those words, "Sir, there should be no tax on tips," it's amazing. Somebody else would hire a consultant, pay them millions and millions of dollars. They'll come back and they'll say, "Sir, I think you should absolutely tax tips." And you'll lose the election. But we also have 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment so your businesses can write it off all in 1 year, and that's a lot of jobs you're doing and producing. That was, to me, the biggest thing in the first bill. But this is even better because this goes for a 10-year period. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order requiring that every new regulation, every time we issue a new regulation, think of this, 10 old, give you one, you get rid of 10, and so far, for 9 months, we're exceeding that, and it's 30 to 1. For every new one we give, they're getting rid of 30 old, broken-down regulations. And we've slashed nearly $1 trillion worth of regulatory burdens. We have regulations that are so old, and nobody uses them, but they stymied a lot of production, a lot of jobs. And I did it the first time, and we had the largest regulation cuts in history, and now we're exceeding it this time. So it's big. It's one of the reasons we did so well then, and I think it's one of the reasons we're doing so well now. Again, we have to talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, nobody else, the fake news is not going to talk about it. And we have streamlined permitting for the new energy and mining projects. What used to take decades now takes 28 days. And on day one, I signed an executive order to unleash American energy and officially terminate the Green New Scam. Has anyone ever heard of the Green New Scam? Remember the old thing, global warming, and then it would be too cool? And then they said global cool. They didn't know what the hell to say. So they came up with the greatest, climate change. No matter what, if it goes up, if it goes down, climate change. They're very, very smart people, but not smart for us. They're smart for them. But my policy was very simple. Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now. And to curb inflation, we've slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before. Since January, 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. And in stark contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector. 100% of the jobs have come from the private sector. Otherwise, you don't have a country. I mean, I love government workers, but if you have all government workers, you don't have a country, do you? At the same time, my tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see the numbers? We're going to be down 50%. anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think that one? Those are big numbers. Now, take that out 2 or 3 years to embrace a vital industry here in Miami. I've also signed historic executive orders to end the federal government's war on crypto. Crypto was under siege. It's not under siege anymore because it's a big industry. It's a big industry. And
Volume coming in on Mara.
Great people, great business people. They're in other businesses, but they're in crypto too. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the dollar. It does a lot of good things, but we're into it. Biden was vicious on crypto. They were going after these crypto guys. It was terrible. They were under indictment, but I got indicted too. I got indicted. I made a phone call. Congratulations on your victory. He made a phone call. Let's indict him. These people are the worst. Then they say, he's gone after Comey. They indicted me. They impeached me. They did everything. It's unbelievable. Who the hell else could have taken that? Do you guys know anybody else that could have taken it? I don't think so. A lot of people say, you're the only one could have taken that. I don't know if that's true, but there aren't too many. We're making the United States the Bitcoin superpower, the crypto capital of the world, and the undisputed leader in artificial intelligence. We're leading China by a lot. And don't forget, if we don't do the crypto properly, China wants to do it. They're starting it, but they want to do it. Other countries want to do it. If we don't do it, it's a big industry. We're honored to be joined today by a man who has been a true champion for many of these bold policies. He really has. He's been a great guy. He was a little late in his endorsement of me, I'll be honest with you. He endorsed me. You know, these guys that endorsed me after I won, I don't know. That's not... Sir, I'd like to endorse you. No, I won the election. Nah, he's a good man, actually. I've known him a long time. He's helped turn the area into one of the hottest markets in the country and one of the greatest cities in the world. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez. Please, Francis, come on.
Yeah, pump it. Pump it. We're long crypto. Pump it.
You're never gonna let me forget that one, huh? Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little short of it. Oh, it's truly a great honor to be here with you
That might be it,
this
guys.
afternoon and to have you here once again in the great city of Miami. Your leadership and your vision have shaped not only our nation, but also the future of our city. Miami's success today is rooted in the values that are deeply American: opportunity, freedom, safety, and innovation. These are values that you have championed with conviction, and they are the same values that have made Miami a symbol of what's possible. When people believe in the promise of America, Mr. President, I want to personally thank you for your continued support of our vision for this city. It was an honor to stand beside you in the Oval Office when you announced the next year's G20 right here in the city of Miami. Thank you for choosing our city to host what is perhaps the most important and consequential gathering of leaders from around the world. Miami has come a long way, and we will rise to the occasion, Mr. President. On behalf of the people of Miami, it is my privilege and honor here on behalf of my wife, the America Business Forum, Nacho, Sergio, and everyone to give you like real estate, right?
I do.
Yeah. This is a key that opens some really nice presidential library real estate.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. I appreciate it. And you know, he's really a special guy. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it in the White House, and then I'm going to move it to Doral in about 3.5 years. We put it right in Doral, right? In the lobby of Doral. A lot of people from Doral. Well, thank you. That's a great honor. I also want to thank a man who's been unbelievable in terms of Israel and so many other things. He was a great real estate developer, but he had a great personality. And you need a personality for this. And I said, he's just as good as there is, and he's done so well. And you look at what's happened with Israel. We have peace in the Middle East. Can you believe it? Peace in the Middle East. And he's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. Steve, where are you, Steve? Wherever you may be. Where are you? Steve, thank you. What a job you've done. Thank you very much. What a job he's done. That guy's got that personality. Now, I wanted a deal maker, but, a lot of deal makers don't have good personalities. You end up in a war. They make the deal, but you end up in a war. This guy, everybody loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the job. Peace in the Middle East, 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. Just keeps going along. And we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so. And so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East. And it's been amazing what we've been able to do. And you've done such a big part of it, along with a very special young genius named Jared Kushner, who helped you so much. Stand up, Jared. And he's the father of the Abraham Accords, right? He's the father of the Abraham Accords. And by the way, my granddaughter, Arabella, would you stand up, Arabella? She looks so great. I said, how are your marks in school, Arabella? Grandpa, I have all A's and A pluses, you know that. Like it was a stupid question I asked her, right? We're proud of you, Arabella. Jared, thank you. What a great job. But we have a lot of people joining now the Abraham Accords. And hopefully we're going to get Saudi Arabia very soon. But I'm not saying that. I'm not lobbying. No, but we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming aboard. The key was when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran, all of a sudden everybody said, wow, that was nice. They've been wanting to do that for 20 years. Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, Mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. The mayor of Coral Gables, Vince Lago. Vince Lago. Thank you. Thank you. Great job, Vince. The mayor of Doral. I love Doral. And I like this woman a lot. Christy Fraga. Christy. Where's Christy? Thank you, Christy. I like Doral. We also have commissioners Damian Pardo, Laura Dominguez, Ralph Rosado, Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia, the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. FIFA, where's Johnny? Whoa, Johnny, my boy. I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff. And the world, look, Johnny and I worked the deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right? And look what happened, Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record business, right? The World Cup coming. Think of it. We have the World Cup coming. We have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th. That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC. But we have, think of it, Johnny is there with FIFA, and we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made. We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali, and where's Stefano? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul. Paul's a very good golfer, so is Brett. Thank you, Brett. He's doing an interview with me right after the... Oh, is that Paul? Stand up, Paul. Paul, did we take your father easily in golf? Tell me, huh? That was easy, right? Get ready. We'll do it again. Thank you very much, Paul. You look great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. They're two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's really good. And they're working to make America great again. So I said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some pretty strong borders, but we have literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela did. They emptied their prisons into our country. We don't want that, right? For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border? Millions of people pouring through, not people that you could look at them, not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. They had 11,888 murderers, 50% of which murdered more than one people. We don't want them. We're getting a lot of them out. Hopefully we're going to soon have all of them the hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous we don't want to bring them out. We'll just make sure they never come back in. But this is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. The drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans plus, but 25,000 Americans. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives. Got to look at it that way. And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis now, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. And we're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But a lot of things are coming in. Look, Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again. We're starting in our capital, Washington, D.C., which right now you can walk through the middle of Washington. You have no problem. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. 1 year ago, it was a disaster. But law enforcement, our military has done an incredible job, actually. It's a safe, very, very safe city again. And it's been beautified. We're putting new medians in. We're covering the roads with nice, clean, beautiful asphalt. We're redoing the grass in the parks. It's really becoming beautiful again, and it's safe. We don't get calls that, think of it, call to the parents, your son, sir, has been killed. He came to see the Lincoln Memorial, and he's dead. No, that's not happening anymore. We run it tough. We run it very tough. Sometimes you have to be a little tough to get rid of. These are thugs. These are bad people. We're bringing them the hell out of our country where they came from. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And well, if you think about it, after the Second World War, they changed it to defense, right? So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before, never lost a war. We still don't lose wars. Sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. But we made it clear that the days of political correctness in our military, they're over. We don't want to get into wars. I rebuilt the military. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. We redid our nuclear. We're the #1 nuclear power, which I hate to admit because it's so horrible. It's such a horrible situation if it ever has to be used. Russia's second. China's a distant third, but they'll catch us within 4 or 5 years. They want to catch us, and they'll be able to catch us. And we're maybe working on a plan to denuclearize the three of us, so we'll see if that works. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We're investing $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces this year. It's the biggest amount we've ever invested, and the spirit of service members is soaring like never before. We used to have recruiting shortages a year ago. You remember, you couldn't get people to join our military all around the world. You couldn't get them to rejoin. You just couldn't, no matter what you do. That we were way short. Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list, you have waiting lists to get into our military because we have spirit in our country. And all around the world, America is making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China last week, and we made a deal with Japan last week. We made a deal with Malaysia. They helped us so much. All great economic deals, all great for everybody. In 8 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda. That was going on for a long time. Pakistan and India. You know, I was in the midst of a trade deal with both of them. And then I read on the front page of a certain newspaper, I said, I don't want to mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news, but I heard they're going to war. 8 planes, 7 planes were shot down. An 8th was really badly wounded. But 8 planes were shot down, essentially. And I said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're 2 nuclear nations. I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way, this has nothing to do. I said, it has everything to do. Your nuclear powers. I'm not trading with you. We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you, let's trade. Isn't that great? Tariffs did that. You know what? Tariffs. Without tariffs, that would have never happened. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Cambodia and Thailand. All of them were in war, starting war. Some of the wars were 32 years old. One was 38 years old. Amazing. They tried to, President Putin, I spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and he said, on the one, he said, we've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. We weren't able to do it. You got to settle. I got some of these things settled in an hour. No help from the United Nations at all. The only thing I got from them was a blank teleprompter. Remember I went up there, Princess? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, I'm looking at the teleprompters, and I have all my friends, including your family, sitting out there, 158 leaders, some in beautiful silk white robes, others in bad shirts, bad ties, and some in beautiful shirts and ties. But they're all the leaders, 158 leaders. And they're saying, President, and I'm walking up to the President Donald J. Trump, and I'm looking at the teleprompter, stone cold blank. They did it on purpose. And I think I gave my best speech. That's what I was told. But it still wasn't a great feeling. I'm walking up very slowly. You know, I'm 20 feet. I'm trying to walk slowly because I see it's not working. They're dead. They did it on purpose. But it worked out okay. Not great people. Most important of all, for 4 weeks ago, and this is very important, we brokered the historic peace deal that ended the war in Gaza. And it's a serious end, too. You know, I read a lot of people, oh, it's very tenuous. Jared and Steve, I don't think it's tenuous. Do you? I hope it isn't, because otherwise I'll have to cross it off. I'll have to say I only ended 7. But that was a tough one. That was a tough one. But there's nothing tenuous about it. It's a serious end. Gaza has been a disaster for so many years, and I think it's an end. I think you're going to see some tremendous things happening. We just had a meeting just before I got up, and some great things are happening. And with Israel and peace in the Middle East, it's amazing, actually, what they've done. And what you two guys have done have been incredible. True. On day 1 of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity on our youth. And we completely banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. Think of that. Can you imagine somebody 15 years ago saying we stopped the surgical mutilation of our children? We stopped the chemical mutilation of our children. Can you imagine that? They would have said, this guy's crazy. And now you're saying, thank you very much, because you know it's true. How about this one? We got men out of women's sports. It's over. It's over. Men out of women's sports. They had a race here, the long distance, the super, I don't know what the hell, a race, one of these all-day races. They had the top women, the top men. The man won by 5 hours and 18 seconds, okay? What the hell? How about the weightlifting? 218 pounds by a woman. That's a lot to lift over your head, Rima. I don't know if you might be able to do it. 218 pounds or whatever was the record. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. It stood for like 17 years or something. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. He was a failed male weightlifter, but as a female, he did very well. That's a record that won't. This is a thing that stood. They'd put a quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on each. 18 years the record stood. Then a guy comes along, ping, ping. This is a crazy. These people are crazy. And Mandami, whatever the hell his name is in New York. No. He thinks it's wonderful to have men playing in women's sports. The swimming's good, too, you know? You know the story? Records are being beaten by numbers that nobody's ever seen, nobody ever thought possible. But a lot of those records are being changed back to where they should be, and I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, the beautiful Alaska mountain I renamed. Think of that. They took the name of McKinley. He was a great president. He was assassinated. He was a great president for tariffs. He was the tariff king, and he made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt spent the money on the Panama Canal and many other things. And everyone thinks Teddy was a great president. He was. But the one who built all that money was McKinley. So we renamed the mountain back to Mount McKinley. Is that okay? I think so. You know, I'll tell you what, who's happy about that is the great state of Ohio. He was governor of Ohio. And became president, did a great job, made the country very rich. He was killed. Mount McKinley was named, and then the name was taken off, and we put it back on. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was an easy one. That was an easy one, Johnny. That was easy. You know, look, we have 92% of the shore. I used to say when I was a child, I'd say, how come it's called the Gulf of Mexico? It's mostly America. You know, all the way, it wraps around Florida, all the way up. It's 92% of the shoreline. I said, I think to me it's the Gulf of America. Little did I know I'd have the chance to do it. I did it very quickly. For years, our country was run by radical scoundrels and far-left bureaucrats who created one catastrophe after another, wrecking our economy, erasing our borders, and surrendering America's power and standing all over the world. But after just 1 year since that glorious election, I'm thrilled to say that America is back. America is back. Bigger, better, stronger than ever. And in conclusion, jobs are returning, businesses are booming, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. Our country is respected again like never. They were laughing at our country. We had a guy who couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, kept falling. It's very embarrassing. You know, at Air Force One, I go, sir, would you like the short stairs or the long? I say, give me the long every single time, please. The short ones, they call them the children's stairs. I don't want the children's stairs. Doesn't look so good coming out of the children's stairs. Now, if the weather's bad, it's okay, right? If you don't mind. But the communists, Marxists, socialists, and globalists had their chance, and they delivered nothing but disaster. And now let's see how a communist does in New York. We're going to see how that works out. And we'll help them. We'll help them. We want New York to be successful. We'll help them a little bit, maybe. For all of these failed and discredited, really discredited, if you think, ideologies of the past, their day is over, their grip is broken, and their time is absolutely done. The golden age of America has begun, and we are just getting started. It's a golden age like you've never seen before. From the steel mills of Pittsburgh to the oil wells of Houston, from the car plants of Detroit, and those car plants are pouring into our country, to the coal mines of West Virginia, those coal mines are opening up one after another, clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say, in my administration, unless you use 2 words before it, clean and beautiful. Biden would say, unless you use 2 words before it, here you go, clean. He said, what happened to the other word? Remember those things? He'd say 3 words and mean 2. But the West Virginia mines are doing unbelievable now. Wyoming is doing unbelievable. It's clean, beautiful coal. And from the bright lights of Las Vegas to right here in beautiful Miami, America is proud. America is confident. America is growing and successful. America is a great nation again. We're a great nation again. It's happened faster than I thought. I'll be honest again. We're respected by everybody. We are really, you see the way I get treated. I get treated that way. I guess a little has to do with me, but a lot has to do with the fact that I'm representing this country. America is respected again. America is a great nation again. The American dream is surging back to life, and we will never let the American dream die. Together we will make our country stronger, richer, safer, freer, and greater than ever before. And every day my administration will fight, 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 and America will win, win, win. I want to thank you, Miami. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for being here. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
You guys, I mean, a whole bunch of same stuff. dancing on stage. All right, that settles that. Markets really didn't go anywhere off of the speech. Bitcoin had a little bit of a pump here on this candle and then just fizzled out. Again, you've just been holding your gains pretty steady. A very strong session. Very strong session. Question is, can the market keep its gains here? That's Trump's trademark song, I swear. Yeah, BTC, I mean, has been in a big downtrend. It's had a nice day. It's up 2.61%. You know, it's recovered the 50-week moving average, so you can see here, bouncing pretty decently. It's still trying to break structure and trend, but acting fairly well in the very short term. Again, it can't just go straight up in a straight line. We're all used to these crazy moves, but remember, Bitcoin's really matured as an asset, so it's harder for it to spike, 10% or even 7% in a quick succession. I'm not saying it can't, but it's had a nice day. It's very green after a very solid, shaky start to the week. ETH moving. Yeah, ETH is up, basically double. The whole total crypto market cap is seeing some resiliency now. Whoops. 2.85%. Usually a pump Sunday, yep. Yeah, we've seen that. Excuse me. Wow. We'll keep Bitcoin back up here. We'll keep Biddy up. I'll be right back. We have seen the dollar take another breakdown here, guys. Intraday, Dixie's gone negative, looking pretty weak now. Intraday pattern. A bit of a potential head and shoulders on the 10-minute dollar index, which could help the S&P 500 push here into the close. You've certainly been consolidating quite nicely right above that prior day high, so market's structure is looking somewhat decent here. Coin making a nice little push here into the close. You got going there? Yeah, you got the US dollar falling pretty quickly here, intraday now. Yeah, you breaking out. Nice little breakout. A little bit of a pop. And you still have the Russell acting well. The Russell spiked to a new high of day. So you wonder if the S&P is coming next, guys. Look at how the IWM broke out of its bull flag there. S&P looks like it's probably next. Mhm. Yields have been super strong today, guys. Look at that 10-year yield today. Bustin'. What a candle. Phew. Quite surprising to see small caps so strong on the session today when yields are this firm. Very, very impressive, definitely. Looking at the US 2-year yield. Let's see if the Fed watch tool has changed at all. Yeah, it did change a little bit, guys. It did change a little bit. It was at 71% this morning. Now it's at 62% for another cut. So small little adjustment in the rate curve based off of the movement in yields. Kind of interesting. The 20 moving average on the daily chart. That was a big test and now getting rejected on daily chart resistance. So, I mean, again, I think that if we gap up tomorrow, there's a likely shortable opportunity in the market. I wouldn't. It's an earnings. I very rarely buy stocks ahead of earnings. Just because, it's like a 50-50 coin toss. Most situations at 50-50. Like if you're buying a technical level, maybe. RXRX has actually, well, they had earnings already. So they actually had earnings. Shows as reported. So I mean, this one, if you're wanting to take it here, you can, but it should go a little bit lower. I mean, your real support level is this trend line, which you're coming into. That would be the first major support. But, today they had a nasty sell-off. They made a new low today, saved it, and right now you're trying to hold above PDL. So prior day low is some support. The fact that you wicked below it and they've bumped it back up is a positive sign in the near term. But remember, the market's been ridiculously strong today, especially in small cap land. So I would give this a couple more days to settle out. But if you're a long-term player, sure you can buy it. You're kind of at the near lower boundary wedge here. I can't believe Barcelona is losing right now in the Champions League. What a trap game. What a trap game. This is where my strategy comes into play. You wait until the favorite goes down, which they're down, and you take them now. So I just dropped a little bit on Barca for tie no bet. 80% gain if they win. More like 87. But wow. Club Brugge. Oh my god, that's right. Quantum stocks have had a little bit of a bounce here, guys. IONQ earnings after the bell. Tough to say what this one's going to do. Again, earnings will show yet again heavy cash burn, heavy capex spending, so whether or not investors like what they say, time will tell, but they probably have a lot of capex that they'll be announcing. Snapchat looked so promising. Now it's starting to give up the goods. We'll see if this earnings wakes it up a little bit or if it plummets it. Duolingo also has earnings. Robinhood will be very interesting after the bell. Bang on back. S&P losing that prior day high it was looking pretty constructive. Honestly, it looks like they're going to gap Robinhood up today. Nice inverted head and shoulders. If this pattern breaks out, you have a fair amount of upside on Hood. It's looking at 180, 181. I mean, crazy, eh? Crazy. Hood. Come on, Barca. Oh my goodness. So close to scoring. Damn. Nice decline here in the last 40 minutes, guys, on SPY. Pretty nice sell-off. Interesting area we're setting up in, guys. Interesting zone again. So we have flipped. This is now support. Look at late into the close. These guys. These shenanigans on Pinterest, guys. Late into the close. Let's actually flip this around. Pins that side. SPY this side. Late into the close. They are wanting me to buy Pinterest. Damn, man. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Almost at that level, guys, pins. It is almost at that level. Nice reaction there. Instantaneously. The temptation is real. SPY pretty heavy though. I spy with my little eye. It's on pins, damn. Literally hit my alarm. Just popped it. Popped it up. Jeez, what a bounce there. Yep, big bounce on Axon there. Big bounce there. And that's the institutional stock, right? Being defended. Right off that 1-year moving average. Never came into my level. My level was a little bit lower, but extraordinary bounce for sure. Very strong. How did ANET do? ANET never really got going, still kind of near the lows. PLTR had a nice bounce off of the lows, back above prior day lows, short-term positive. Let's look at Skyworks. Skyworks still holding steady. How did Unity Software hold up? Wow, that actually had a nice continuation move. Beautiful move. $5.50 pre-market is crazy. Let's look at CCJ real quick. Nice dump on the S&P into the close, guys. Really decent sell. Losing that support zone. So again, that was, we flipped it. We flipped the resistance that was here, turned into support. Now we're getting flushed into the end of the day. Typically, this is a bit of an aggressive buy. If you swing calls overnight, it's usually decent opportunity because you are setting up for an inverted head and shoulders now. You're setting up for your next leg higher on SPY, guys. So if this turns into be a little inverse head and shoulders, SPY is going to rip to new highs here. So they love doing this playbook where they sell it off into the close, all for them to gap us up the next day. That would not shock me. Not shock me at all. CCJ, that one's kind of been stuck. Fiverr, Toyota, Humana, McDonald's. How's Lemonade holding? That one was squeezing in the pre-market. Yeah, holding pretty steady here. MCD, McD's, McDonald's holding pretty steady. How did Grab settle out? Grab is an interesting one. I hope it gets demolished to the downside so that I can get it cheaper. So again, we got Qualcomm, guys. We got IONQ. We got Robinhood after hours. We got ARM, AppLovin, Duolingo. You got Mr. Snapchat. Shorted Microsoft acting nicely so far. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's been a dog all day. It's been a dirty dog. IONQ, ARM, Duolingo, Fortinet, Elf Beauty. Let's look at FTNT. I haven't checked out that chart in quite a long time. FTNT, guys, still inside of that bearish earnings from last quarter. It's just been grinding higher. We have to wonder if it's going to gap down again. Elf Beauty, Joby. There's some interesting names, guys. We could have a high-flying session tomorrow with the amount of names that are reporting. DoorDash. DoorDash is another interesting one. That's been beaten up. Probably gets a pump. EOS, EOSE. Whoops, EOSE. That one's probably going to get a pump as well. It's another one that's caught a lot of attention. What else we got? Lyft, that'll also be interesting, guys. LYFT, probably gonna get a nice pump. Snapchat, don't know what the heck that's gonna do. Usually earnings are pretty bad. You got FIG right at 4 o'clock as well, FIG. That stock's been beaten up. Lucid, Dutch Bros, how are Dutch Bros doing? All right, guys, that's the market close. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm not going to stick around for earnings today, but we will have lots to discuss tomorrow. AMC, ENVX, all of these names are set to report here. Other than that, guys, take care. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.